in order to win over the favor of the far right and try and attack Muslims, and you can't do it in any other way but a superficial, lazy way. I'll let the public decide which of those it is, Joe. But for the first time, you're now in the ring. It's the intellectual ring, unfortunately, because at least you can try and muster the courage for that one. Let's see the second clip and respond to that.
There are all sorts of hadith rulings which they can use to justify it. I mean, for instance, if they rape a white girl, that doesn't count in their view of life as adultery. So they are effectively taught that a girl who doesn't dress as they would dress is meat to be abused, and they have these extraordinary sort of cultural views that are completely incompatible, in my view, with a society like ours, where we are a matriarchal society which respects women. I think we have grown to respect women.
I mean, this is absolutely pathetic, and what a lie it is. So you start off by saying the hadith literature. The hadith literature? Which hadith in particular are you talking about? So you're mentioning something in a broad stroke manner, but you're not actually offering any specific example of that thing that you're mentioning. You said the hadith literature, but you've not mentioned a single hadith. You will not find an ayah Qur'aniyah, one ayah in the Qur'an, or any sound or even unsound hadith, okay, that says that white women can be defiled by Muslim men, or that non-Muslim women can be defiled in that manner. In fact, we have strict codes of lowering your gaze and stuff like that, that you need to lower your gaze, not look lustfully, which are also found in the New Testament. But since we're talking about the New Testament, why don't we talk about the Old Testament? Because actually, that's something you'll never touch, is it? Isn't it? The Old Testament laws. Why don't we look at the book of Numbers, chapter 31, verse 18, where it says you can take the young girls for yourself and defile them, actually. And we know that Epstein, the man who's friends with your friend Joe, who's friends with Donald Trump, who you've never condemned for actually being on the files, because you are a coward and you're controlled and you're not independent. You are not independent. Yeah? Your friend's friend in the Epstein files, who you've never condemned, Epstein, and the Jewish, there's been not one Jewish, by the way, victim in the island. Think about that for a second, yeah? He was mentioning these verses of the Bible, the Old Testament, etc. He was mentioning Deuteronomy. He was mentioning Exodus. He was mentioning, so why is there not a causative argument made between Judaism and this? Why are we not calling it Epstein's Jewish island? Why is it Muslim grooming gangs, but Epstein, there's nothing connecting it to Judaism whatsoever? Even though, by the way, you will never see, and I challenge you, any of the perpetrators who were in fact of Pakistani heritage saying, I'm doing this because of the religion. I dare you to find something saying that in my religion I'm allowed to defile, I'm allowed to do this with the women, I'm allowed to take drugs and alcohol. There's no causative argumentation that you can make with Islam and the grooming gangs, which the CSA report, by the way, which is one of the most comprehensive official reports, actually says there is not a disproportionate representation by the amount of Pakistanis that are in a country versus the amount of Pakistanis that commit grooming gangs. In fact, they said there's 2%.
Are you fucking kidding me?
And 2% Pakistanis commit grooming gang-related crimes. That's actually not disproportionate, as you claim, you liar. And you haven't even mentioned the Home Office report of 2020 in your 290-page false, fake, academic piece of work, which you call an inquiry work. Because you're an estate manager. That's what you've done at university. And that's what you, Jordan. You've done nothing. You're a dropout. Why are you talking about these matters? You're white belt. You're below white belt in these matters. Have some humility when you talk about society and history and religion. Have some humility. Come onto the dojo with some humility. How would you like it if a white belt came to you and told you how to do a triangle choke or a das or an arm bar? How would you like it? You think this person is an ignoramus. And that's how you're looking like Joe Rogan to the public. You're looking like an ignoramus. Because you haven't come to the Muslims or people that represent a conservative Islamic voice and ask them their perspective and respond to these nonsense, it shows that you're either controlled or you're scared to get into the ring, the intellectual ring. So yes, there's no disproportionality between Pakistanis versus the perpetrators. And this hadith thing that you mentioned is a complete lie from a pathological, compulsive liar that I put under my foot called Raoul Polo. I put him under my foot. And the report is under my foot, and your questioning is under my foot. Let's see what else he says.
I think it was.
Is it a translation
I
of
think Thomas Jefferson, actually, it's in our report, asked the Barbary pirates about the way in which they treated their slaves and their women. That was particularly slave. They just also slavery is accepted within Islamic countries. So I think they have their own codes, they have their own terms of reference.
What a liar. What a piece of slavery is accepted within Islamic countries. What are you talking about, man? Do you not think that we're living in an age of AI and technology? You can write that if that's true or not. Is there any legal code in any of the Islamic countries, whether you want to count them as 50 Muslim majority countries or 55, whatever it is, that actually commit slavery today? I would like to know which ones, since you made a claim. See, look, Joe Rogan didn't even ask which ones. That's interesting. Why not? Why can't you ask him a simple question? You probably know it's false yourself. I mean, you're a dropout. I understand. If you have not understood this material, then you shouldn't be interviewing this guy. At least read up on it. Ask your guys in the back. Is it true? Is it false? Can we pull up something? What is this? What is this? Are you being serious? Are you being serious right now? Well, it gets even worse. Let's take a look at the next one.
And as you probably know, in the Crusades, if you lost to Saladin and you were a Knights Templar, a Crusader, you had two choices. You either converted to Islam or they killed you.
Well, this one's that's an open goal. What an intellectual open goal. He says you either converted to Islam, Salahuddin Ayyubi, yeah, Saladin. That you either converted to Islam or you died. Well, let's take a look at what Western historians actually say. One of my many degrees is actually in history, and one of my teachers was called Thomas Aspridge, and he specialized in the Crusades. And he wrote a book called In the Crusades. And in that book, he mentions very clearly, actually, with primary source references, and he's not known as a person. It's biased. He's seen as a Western neutral historian, respected. He's actually in BBC. He's doing programs for them. He says that actually the opposite is true of what you just said. The year 1099, when Christians took over, what happened is there was blood all over the floor, there was blood all over there was massacres, there was brutalization happening. Christians were not sparing women, children, nobody. They were brutalizing people just like they're brutalizing people now in Palestine. And of course, Super Lowe's not going to say anything about it, the coward. But yes, that's what he did. And then when Salahuddin Ayyubi, when he reconquered Jerusalem in 1187 in the famous battle, the opposite happened. He actually gave sanctuary to Jews and Christians, and he famously followed the example of Umar al-Khattab, who was the second caliph. And this is even attested to by not just the life of Thomas Aspridge, I mentioned already, but the life of Thomas Walker, who's by the way a British Orientalist, who wrote a book called The Preaching of Islam, and he mentions that that's what happened with Umar al-Khattab as well. So you're a liar. You're making up things as you go along. You think people like me are not going to catch you. I've already caught you. And Joe Rogan, you have disappointed me. You have disappointed me, Joe Rogan. You have disappointed the Muslims by allowing this individual to come and not cross-examining him or checking him or asking him or doing anything with him as it relates to Islam and Muslim society or any of the claims that he's made. And it gets even worse. You think, can it get worse? Yes, it can. Let's see what he said here and come back to the
And they have their own court. They have their own Sharia courts, yes. Parallel legal system.
Okay, so it's an unrecognized by the British government parallel legal system that exists inside of England.
It's tolerated.
Tolerated. So they're aware of it.
Yes.
And they're aware of the punishments that this court dishes out?
As you can see here, they're talking about Sharia courts. Sharia courts. And Joe Rogan is actually under the impression that there is punitive punishments being distributed or meted out in England or the UK, United Kingdom, on a parallel legal system, which this individual below, the ignoramus, the illiterate ignoramus, is suggesting. Well, first of all, that's not the case. And in fact, the so-called Sharia courts that exist in the UK are nothing but the opinions of individuals that can be accepted or rejected and cannot be enforced in any way, shape, or form, actually. There is no enforcement power whatsoever. And the Muslims are not the only ones who can do this. Anyone from any faith or any community can do this in the UK. You can have a feminist group that you can have an arbiter who both parties decide is the natural arbiter, the one that they're both going to accept, and she can give her opinion on marriage and divorce, just like you can have the same thing in Jewish communities. And that you do, by the way, have that in Jewish communities, which, by the way, once again, you mentioned, you coward. And both of you never mentioned. Why? Have they got you, Joe Rogan? Have they got you by the neck? Huh? Are they controlling you? All this time you pride yourself on your independence and your criticality and your questioning. And for a moment there, to be honest, I thought you were independent. I'm not going to lie to you, the public thought the same, because you came out and said a few words about Palestine. I thought, you know what, this man might actually be independent. But what you see with this kind of thing, absolutely abysmal and diabolical. But by the way, what it does is it embarrasses you guys. Because people like me are going to catch you. You have to understand that. We are going to catch you. And once we catch you and make it public, then your reputation is diminished. But he wasn't just talking non-factually about the Islamic society of Muslims and history and society and every single field. Because he's once again, he studied estate management in university. He's got absolutely no business talking about these topics. He's never studied this topic. And Joe Rogan hasn't studied anything. He's a dropout. He even makes a mistake when it comes to British history, when they were talking about when guns were actually abolished, made illegal in the United Kingdom. And they talk about Dunblane, where actually 16 children were killed. 16 children. He says, yeah, it was just one murder. Let's take a look at what he says here.
You probably know they banned handguns
the 90s, right?
in the late 90s because there was a murder up in Dunblane.
One murder.
Now, this shows you that this man has absolutely no credibility whatsoever. This man, he doesn't care who he offends. By the way, this happened in 96. So some of these families are still alive. Some of these people are still alive. And you're speaking so nonchalantly, disrespectfully, dismissively about a mass murder that took place in this country. And you want to be taken seriously as a member of parliament, a representative of the people? You're talking about immigration and this and that. You're trying to support the England team. You want to support the England team. Yet that's how you want to speak about British life. You don't even want to do the fact checking. Forget about the Muslims. Now you're disrespecting your own white people that you love so much. You're an abomination. You are really a joke. The fact that you have any clout whatsoever, much less that you're being interviewed by Joe Rogan without resistance, is an embarrassment to both of you, and you should both be genuinely ashamed of yourselves. You have let yourself down. You have let yourselves down. But the Muslim community, inshallah, with platforms like these, which I'm sure everybody has subscribed to already, that's an abomination itself. It's not going to be quiet about these things. Because the fact of the matter is, so long as we're here, we'll be responding. That's all I have to say. Let's be honest, your contribution to the world so far is a browser history you make sure no one sees. Incognito tabs, deleted logs, hours gone, nothing built. Now contrast that with this, unless you're just being completed in a village, no way where Muslims have nothing. We'll stand for generations. Those who donate will be remembered by Allah, and those who don't will quietly return shadows, back to consumption, secrecy, and absolutely nothing to show for it. So do the right thing. Click the link below and donate with your own akhirah.
Hate Clashes, the Zero Talks format is back, because in that format, Zero Stop is interviewing Supercell employees, but they're talking about different and interesting topics in the game. For example, in today's interview, which he just released, he talked with Barry, the community manager of Clash of Clans, about topics like rank and battle mode and the current issues which they have with that, about the future of clan capital or builder base, and as well the first couple of teasers for Channel 19. I will break down the interview for you guys, obviously I will add my opinion here and there, but if you want to watch the full entire video interview, you can check out the Zero video in the comments. But for now, let's dive into the topic, let's dive into rank and battle mode, because Barry first explains why they have actually added this mode, or this entire update. The issue is that players didn't really do enough battles. On average, that's across different tower levels, was 2 battles per day. And I know, myself, and you guys out there probably as well, we're doing way more attacks, which means since that's an average, others are doing way less attacks. So that's kind of crazy to be honest to think about. So this is now why they added ranked, because they want to like give more meaning and such for players who do the attacks and everything around it, but that kind of backfires, because they combined the star bonus into the ranked as well, which kind of feels now that you're getting forced to play, because we all know what's the most important currency in the game, that is ores to upgrade your equipment. And that doesn't really feel fun if it's connected to the star bonus and your league rank. So that's currently a big issue. The battle mode has an issue as well. For example, it lacks completely any meaning, because you're just diving in, doesn't matter if you're getting 1, 2, or 3, or even 0 stars, just about the loot and get out of there. So not really optimal state either. So both of those issues, Supercell are aware of those, and they're saying as well that they keep listening to feedback, because all of the changes they have done so far to this overall new system, they have done based on community feedback. But they're already working on something which hopefully are going to fix the issues I just mentioned, and I just hope that it's going to first come fast, because those issues are kind of big, but at the same time, obviously, Barry did not mention any timeline, just that they're working on something. But let's move on, because next topic was the Elephant Rider. That was the community contest winner event troop, which means Elephant Rider was voted by the community as the most fun event troop, and that was supposed to be added a while back. But he's saying that it's coming pretty soon, so that's kind of exciting. Let's see when and where. Maybe with the birthday month of August, maybe something later. I guess we have to wait for that. But apparently, the Elephant Rider is around the corner. Next topic on the list is then builder base and clan capital, because Elephant Rider, that was a community contest winner event troop, which means Elephant Rider was voted by the community as the most fun event troop, and that was supposed to be added a while back. But he's saying that it's coming really soon. So that's kind of exciting. Let's see when and where. Maybe with the birthday month of August, maybe something later. I guess we have to wait for that. But apparently the Elephant Rider is around the corner. Next topic on the list is then builder base and clan capital, because the first always something which comes to mind when you're talking about that is what Supercell said now a while back, and that is we're going to wait with adding more content around builder base and clan capital until the home village is perfect. But Barry said as well, if they're actually doing that, there will probably be never any updates for builder base or clan capital again, because getting home village into a perfect state is a process which will take pretty much forever. So what he said is that they're already now doing like small quality of life improvement updates. Like for example, they've really doubled the loot again in builder base and such. And they've added another builder and things like that. But otherwise, beside those quality of life changes, nothing is really planned. Which pretty much means there's no new builder hall or no new clan capital hall coming anytime soon based on what he said. So that's I guess the news here. Yes, here and there is more quality of life updates for those 2 villages, but otherwise nothing crazy new, no really big new content pieces planned in the near future. Let's move on to the next one, and that's now Home Village Town Hall 19. And that was quite fun and kind of cryptic what he said. I will tell you, and you can let me know what your thoughts are. First things, obviously, trying to get Town 19 out again this year. Now, my point of view, and like sharing as well some, I guess, not really insights, but more explanation of like why I think when it's going to drop. Supercell has now, over the last couple of years, released Town Hall levels always near the end of the year, but towards some different dates. In December, end of November, and mid-November. Based on my credit code, I can tell you that mid-November usually is always the thing which they are probably aiming for. Why exactly? Well, we're going to have update offers, and then right after we have the Black Friday offers. And as long as it's not as bad as last year's offers, Supercell usually always does a lot of money with that. But if the Black Friday offers are dropping before the update drops, like when it would happen in December, that would make no sense whatsoever, because people are not buying Black Friday offers with having in mind that Town Hall, whatever, next Town Hall, whatever the little might be, would then drop, I don't know, a few weeks later. That makes no sense, right? So just from a marketing perspective, mid-November is like the perfect time to drop the new Town Hall level. Again, things might change and there might be other things happening, right? But at least from my perspective, that's like just the perfect date. Barry just said they're trying to release Town 19 this year. That's, I guess, really... yeah, it's an official statement, let's put it that way. Next, what he said, though, as like a teaser for Town 19 is, they want to make old troops interesting again and make them part of the gameplay again. What does this mean? By old troops, I think he means things like Hog Riders, Giants, balloons, even though you could argue that a balloon on pro level and highest level are viable, I guess, but it's tricky to say the least. But things like older troops should be interesting again and should have some impact on the gameplay again. And that's quite exciting, because whenever we have balance changes, I see a lot of comments about it's nice, all of the new troops get some love, or maybe as well some like little nerfs or something, but usually we're always coming back to the same troops, which are usually just some tanky troops, because they can somehow survive out of the damage which is now in the village, while all of the older troops are just completely useless still. And I kinda agree. It would be nice to be able to use Hog Riders again or something. That would be so cool. And apparently, Town 19, the goal at least is, it's obviously a difference between what is a goal and what they actually are going to make out of it. But at least the goal is to make those old troops interesting again and make them part of the gameplay. Super excited for that. I think that should be amazing. So I'm quite hyped for Tunnel 19, not gonna lie. So that will be really cool, hopefully, if they don't mess things up. But that's all he said for Tunnel 19. It was a kind of cryptic teaser, but at least what he said made me kind of excited. Let me know if you feel the same way, or if you say, whatever, I just want to spam my dragons and I'm happy. I don't know. But let's move on to the next topic, and that is now where Judo is just like going through different topics of the community. Like those are now smaller topics, but I just still picked a couple of the interesting ones, or at least I felt like interesting. As well, something which I really liked is that he went into the interview with like not holding back. He just asked whatever was needed, I guess, and that as well something which I want to say is, all of the content creators out there which are in the super creator tier, or whatever that tier is now called, where we have this direct communication path to Supercell, we always give feedback based on what we read from you guys and everything, and that's always really straightforward. The reason though why maybe some of you think that we never criticize Supercell is because those like making then that as a public video is not doing anything, because we literally have this direct communication. That's obviously way easier. If you want to give feedback for something, it is easier to talk to someone directly than uploading a video on YouTube to then that person maybe to see the video to then react to it. Like, you know where I'm coming from, hopefully. So yeah, those interviews which with the last interview I already did, like Judo, hopefully you can kind of showcase that as a creator we're just passing the feedback from you guys on, if it's positive, negative, whatever, the same as our thoughts. So yeah, just wanted to throw this in there, because let's move on. Clan Wars are up next. Clan Wars, a lot of ties, and the first thing Sperry now mentioned is some numbers. So apparently between February and June, of all the Clan Wars which were played, 9.5%, so around 10% of the Clan Wars were ties. So 1 out of 10. Which is not the craziest, but to say not the lowest, I guess. But I said as well that if you're now looking at Tunnel 18 only, this number is from 9.5 to 20%. Which again, I think some of you guys, and as well myself, if I'm doing bigger Clan Wars, that number, it feels like goes to, I don't know, like 50, 60% or something. But I guess that's the thing, right? Like, as soon as your Clan Wars are becoming bigger, this is what the better clans are. If you're playing 5 vs 5 with 18 or 10 vs 10, the chance of winning is actually crazy high, because this is the lineup casual clans can actually bring. They don't really have 30 players in the clan, right? So that's the thing, and that's why maybe your experience is so much different to the numbers, but those are the official numbers. Now, let's get back to the solution, because a lot of you guys, including myself already at some point, all we have done is like, suggesting to add modifiers. Don't even increase the loot or anything. It's just about adding modifiers, make it more fun, make it more competitive and everything. But the issue here is, based on what Barry said, that the matchmaking could be impacted quite a bit. Matchmaking would become way slower, it could become worse, because the longer the search, the bigger the range is kind of what the system is looking for, of like different town levels. So that would be a huge issue. So this is for them maybe not the perfect solution. They have right now no solution for that entire issue, so obviously not working on something. But yeah, that's the entire topic right there. One thing which Barry said, and by the way, that could become like, that is nothing connected to Supercell, that's not connected to the schedule or anything. Maybe I think it felt like was just from his head that something which could be maybe done is just increase the ores for ties. But again, as I said, this it could be just said in the heat of the moment. We don't know, but that is something he's just said within this topic as well. Let's move on to the next topic mentioned by the community, and I think there's plenty of time from you guys in my comments as well. The Clan League Minion Print skin. I mean, by now we could have maybe 2 more new heroes, and then we're getting that skin. It's kind of crazy how slow Supercell is on that. So they're working currently on the VFX effects. The graphics are ready and done. But yeah, let's see what is going to come. And pretty much no comment on the possible Clan League Duke skin, because remember, the Duke skin would be kind of nice to have as well, because now we have 2 heroes missing for the Clan League skin. So yeah, that is not really that great. As well, something which was discussed in last year's Judo Talk series is that older skin sets might be having the newer heroes getting added to the lineup, because let's imagine you're a super big fan of the, I don't know why, but let's say Clockwork skin.
Twitch maybe takes action about Miz, but I could imagine it's probably a matter of if but not when. I think it's going to eventually multiple partners, and
like just making shit up. Like that's just not even true.
this is just so far, by the way. And like
what?
you don't ban their account, right? I'm like, what is this? You mean ban? Oh yeah, you mean. Yeah, like, I think he's gonna get banned. I do because I can't see like, how is there a universe where a person, with so much verifiable evidence, in terms of like holes in the wall, violence, like on camera things that he's done. Like there's so many things, right? And it's like there's really nothing that's gonna happen about this. Like, which is like what we're doing here. If I was Twitch, I would look into, and I would see how many other people were involved, and I would go through like his whispers. I would put out a statement like, if there's enough people that are coming forward and have evidence of this, yeah, he's gone, bro. Like that, of course, right? It's not even a question.
Go through my whispers to find out other accusations on my career. What the actual fuck does that even mean? Like what the actual fuck is he doing? He's just perpetuating this. Like it's not even true.
Ally. Him and I are on the same team. He's the GOAT, and I'll never. Really? That doesn't matter. I have the goals for Ally. Him and I are on the same team. He's the GOAT, and I will never attack.
It's crazy how obviously Nick understands it, and I understand it, but very few other people understand it. Like, no, we're not going to let people who want to subvert us try to divide us and make people enemies, so it will be easier to rule over them and to subvert them. Like, it's pure subversion, and Nick knows this, I know this, it's obvious this is what they're doing. Like, it's so clear, like, it's so fucking obvious. And, yeah, there it is, so not divide us, and they've successfully done that in a lot of cases they have. I mean, W and Nick, I love Nick, and so, yeah, and I'm glad to see it. I think he should be on Nick's side. Well, I mean, to the extent that Nick wants to deport illegal aliens and, like, not have that kind of problematic stuff in the country, which is something that he does support, and he wants to have, return to, the way that I think things used to be, yeah, I would definitely say that's positive, right? And, I'm not going to listen to somebody that has 1 out of 10 things in common with me to tell me that the person who has 9 things out of 10 in common with me is the enemy. I don't need somebody to align with me 100%. I just need to know that they have the same general goal, and that's really about it. So, no one has the same kind of fighting left, they're doing exactly what they're trying to do that. And, it's really obvious that's what they're trying to do, but, for a lot of people, they hoodwink by it because they're just really not very smart, are they? So,
Really?
His friends will come his way, but we have to focus on what we have to.
Was racist.
Yes, he said yeah, I'm also keep on you.
Give you 4 countries to be paranoid about: Islam, we have Israel, then we have China, and we have Russia.
I'm not worried about Islam, so I'm actually saying we should be more paranoid about Israel.
Why did you put Islam the lowest out of all of them?
I don't see Islam as a threat to the United States. Meanwhile, Israel actually has the ability to drag us into all sorts of shit. Islam is the only thing on this list that's not a nation state. It's a religion.
That's right.
I'm not worried about a religion. But it's interesting to me that we're actually weighing nation state threats against religious threats. So when we talk about Islamic people, I don't see them as a threat just because of what they believe.
I'm going to give you 4 countries to be paranoid about: Islam, we have Israel, then we have China, and we have Russia.
I'm not worried about Islam. So I am actually saying we should be more paranoid of Israel.
Killian, thank you so much for your time. The big question, what has made Spain such a challenging opponent for France?
I think it was difficult for us because tactically we had a plan to go.
In so many situations, it's like, I don't even want to do shit. Like, I don't want to be the Chad guy. I don't want to be like, the life of the party or whatever. But it's like, I'm just put in a situation, it's like, I have to do it, or who else will? Because growing up, I was pretty shy. But one of the things that actually got me out of my shell was watching IRL live streamers. Like, back in the day, I used to watch, like, Ice Poseidon and, like, Asian Andy and all those people. And they would always be saying shit like, life is a video game, like, none of this shit actually matters. And that shit actually, like, made me... come out of my shell, because I was just like, yeah, none of this does. It's literally like Fallout. It's like an RPG. You can do whatever.
Great leader. I think he's going to be there for a long period of time, and it's great to have you at the White House. Thank you very much. Thank you. And he's a young man. He's young and he's handsome, which I don't like. I'm not happy about that. He's a great.
And the land is dark. Now he gets turned, waiting for it, and Yamal just gambles. He's able to, nice height for him. He knows he can get a touch, because look at Dina now. So now he gets turned, waiting for it, and Yamal. So now he gets turned, waiting for it, and Yamal just gambles. He's able to, nice height for him. He knows he can get a touch, because look at Dina now. He's only focused on the ball. Doesn't see Lamal, so he gets a touch on it, and then there's contact on Lamine Yamal after. Yeah, that's a penalty. So now he gets turned, waiting for it, and Yamal just gambles.
No, but I'm listening to next to you.
I don't want you sitting next to me. They made you sit next to me. But the thing is, we have to come together. Well, you need to understand. Yeah, you're right. Oh, there's the cutting card. You know what? Let us come together. Yeah. Let us come together in nigger lynching. No. And you're not worth me.
Remember this guy? What's up, man? What's up, man? Hey, good boy. I have dog hand all over me. What? So you don't want a photo from me? You don't want a photo? You are just a doggy.
With TDI, what words?
It is what it is.
Weird. No, he wants to change haircut.
I thought they're boys though. Like, so why is he going at it? I'm confused.
Run! Run! We talk about Saudi Arabia, an Islam country. It's also funny to genocide. We need to talk about all other things. There's many things going on in the world. Not only one thing. I don't like there's only one thing everyone talks about. No, there's multiple things going on. Multiple things going on. That's what we speak about. And I talk about that. We need to talk about that.
Man, it's like, bro, they were good friends. But this tweet right here has a good point. Jew who promotes gambling, drugs, degeneracy, helps his nasty Sneeko, person promotes clean lifestyle to leave America. Like the irony of it all, you know?
Damn. There's a lot. Sneeko, holy fucking shit. No, I'm not weird. No, he wants to change haircut.
I thought they're boys though. Like, so why is he...
In Israel, we in the Middle East are paying the price for Iran's aggression, but we understand that we need to pay a short-term price of sometimes taking missiles, etc., onto our homes here in Israel to prevent a much worse.
You should flee to Uruguay like me. It's very safe. 90% white. Lifestyle similar to Italy. Age of consent is 15.
Okay, bro. You can't be America first and be a Trump supporter. He's made it impossible. But you also can't make it in politics unless you're a Trump supporter. So think of the toxic incentive this creates. It puts so much pressure on everybody to de-radicalize, or at the minimum, to be open about how radical they are. And what that is doing is it's suppressing that energy. And the consequences are going to...
Come with me, baby. Let me touch you. Get the fuck away from her! Go back to your country! Come with me, baby. Let me touch you. Get the fuck away from her! Go back to your country! Me, baby. Let me touch you. Get the fuck away from her! Go back to your country!
Hate clashes, the judo talk. Yeah, there are no plans to have walls upgradable with Dark Elixir.
Supposed to be a quality positions. That'd be fantastic. I'm pretty sure he knows I'm here. He probably saw the door open. A little bit closer, somewhere out in the open near this field. Once we got random 8 times, man. 8 times EBR is like God mode on this game. I think honestly. So this dude that was shooting was thinking about a tuck or what? It's kind of where I'm suspicious of. Only 9 remaining, man. So we're in the top 10. Looks like we have another 20 bomb coming. I know there's a guy in this building, or at least there should be. I'm not hearing him. I know this dude with the suppressor. Oh, dude. Take him on out. Where's this dude with the suppressor? Oh, come on out. Where's this dude with the suppressor? Take him on out. Where's this dude with the suppressor? Oh, dude, I love the mollies. They bleed through walls. It's beautiful. Pop another sports drink. This one's about to run out. Dude, we have such a good high ground position here, actually. I can see so much stuff. I do want more kills, though. That guy with the suppressor, I just have no idea where he's at. We're going to wait it out. The safe zone's closing in, so we'll see where this is going.
It's so bad, dude. I can't heal. I can't do shit. So bad, dude. Unusable.
Right, okay, so Fortnite Event version 2.0 is
We need the planes. Go to the planes. Go. We're gonna bring them back. We're gonna save them. Okay, when you guys do that in 2 seconds, I'm gonna go over to the scenario guys now. Look at Apple. It's a nail reference. 0.9. Sorry, that's plane now. Actually, I'm doing that one thing. Why don't you just run away with you? I'm gonna... That. Oh my god, how do you think doing? No way. We might abandon ship. The Infinity Blade is not a bad second choice. Man, abandon it. Forget it. It's not gonna work. We need to make sure the Infinity Blade gets in and the Drumlin doesn't. Come on. We must go for the lesser evil. As long as the Drumlin doesn't get in. We play good effort on the planes, but we have to make it. We have to make it Infinity Blade. Otherwise the Drumlin will win. Alright, it's either the plane. I think Infinity Blade first, Drumlin second, plane third, grapple fourth, and then nobody goes to the back strategy. Come on! I'm so sorry, plane. We tried our best, but it wasn't enough. Oh, please go on attack, it's over there! Go on, boys, go on. You fall down, my friend, but it's over. Shout out to Ambassador there. And the guy's still going drum gun. We didn't do that time, yeah, give it up. Come on! Okay, my second pick at 1. I will happily take it. Get out of the way. Oh, one of my favourite soundtracks. The Infinity Blade! Yeah! Whee!
Ooh. Fuck, where is it? Where am I going? Creative menu. Player. Shit.
We did change history. That's really good. It's been second pick, so I'll take it. Hey, it's the investigate. We can investigate. We'll quickly have a look before we end stream, but wait. Can we not do OG customs anymore?
We are back. Ryan, someone's going for it already. Right, he's so accurate. I'm gonna run. I have to run with this mythic. Buddy, save me. Oh my god. The animation when you slam. Oh. Right, this. Why do you use to freak out over this? Okay, I'm more than happy to take the blame because it could be the reason why this is bad. But I never remember it being this bad. I never really elevated in terms of skill from now till 7 years ago. So I'm the same player doing the same thing I've done back then to land on this off the road, by the way. So can someone like let me know in the comments if this has been like changed from the original version? I know there's some variables like players will work back then, this and the other, but I don't know. This thing got vaulted for being too overpowered. It feels like you're at disadvantage using this thing. But I just want to limit a real player and I'll be happy. Here we go. It's so slow. How's that not done anything? And that! Retired. I know you're away because I can't get out on the roof. Who's destroyer? Alright, well, I don't like this at all. Come on, man. Seriously. Please. Oh my god, like, look, now I'm cooked. I'm finished. The goal today was trying to get a win, but I don't even know if I want to try that now. Oh, wow, some actual competition. Go on, do it. You know how you say. That's how I remember it. That was like that with 20 players. Have you ever wondered what the hidden architecture of Polar Peaks looked like in Fortnite before? No. Allow me to show you then. Okay. That is the Polar Peak blueprint at the foundations of the build, if anyone was concerned. And honestly, that's the most fun I've had with this Infinity Blade today. So, right. Let's try and get as far as we can into this game. There is no way I'm... Wow. Thrilling, right? This has just lost all its aura, honestly. Go on a little journey with this. See if we can find anyone. I see some people. Third party is our only chance. Here we go. This is probably the end of the game. These are both real. Oh, nice. We actually hit a slam there. I've got to go. I'm getting out of here. There's no way I win this engagement. Right, well... I think it's time to just hide, honestly. More AI. We have actually eliminated one real player, so... that counts for something. Not much, but... okay, there's somebody in the house, guys. Oh, it's here, it's here, it's here. It's our moment. Like, bro, I started on top floor, 2 swings and I'm on bottom floor. It's literally one shot. Please, I need this. This is bigger than the dub. Yes, AJ, you legend. Thank you. It's still good to hide here for a bit. No, we're not. Okay, it seems like everyone... why are you all going for me?
The other day, OG4 that they're actually... oh, someone might be looking at me. Let me get some of that. Oh, and a baller. Okay. Leroy Jenkins! Oh, wow, we're in trouble. Okay, that was definitely your time. No! He's gonna try and shoot me out of the sky. That's what I would do. Oh, he hit my board. Oh, whoa, 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 whoa. Oh, that's not good. Oh, this might be a loss if I can't get away. Start. Oh no, we're cooked. Oh no. Oh no, we're cooked. We're cooked. We're actually cooked. Wow. Guy with balloons 1, Lockie and a sword 0.
Oh, it's so bad. Dude, it's just terrible. It's terrible, man. It's not terrible. It's unusable. Can't use it. It's done. Even in close range, it's not even good.
Wait, I texted me 3 times. Didn't you? I said that? Yeah, I said 3 times, jackass. Next time, get out the way, idiot. What the hell is wrong? What? I went back to LA. I went back to LA. Can't be talking to these 2 days like that. What's that? I just like. Oh, I don't know, idiot. What popped? The part where he said, "Excuse me," 3 times. That guy. I don't know if it was you or not for sure. They said you were get your description. They were saying you were in all 12 stiff in pain. Oh, let me tell him then. If you don't mind waiting. Mike, he seems fine. Your name, Mike? He seems fine to me. I think you got the wrong person. You don't really ever have one story since you've been. Yes, it's a serious precaution. much story since the name. It's a serious possibility. So make sure you're fine. Back off. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And you come right here. Do this. That's what we'll take. Got the nothing come down. Come down. Yeah. Now that's how you want to get takeoffs. No, not like the regular toss, but 10. Make sure you're good. 1, 2. That's what 10 now comes. 6, 10, 8, 9, 10. That's an action people give me. No, I'm looking at my shopping list, buddy. I think she passed. Got with the lady right now that she did not do that. Yes, I'm something. So they want to make sure. Come on, okay, wait, what? I'm not with you. No, you're the witness. You see what happened. I saw what happened, but I'm looking for cards. The whole time you be putting that money. I'm looking for comparables. That's wonderful, but you're still pointing at money. Because I'm still looking at comparables. You interrupted me while I'm shopping, sir. Can you show this lady your money? I didn't want to be a snitch or nothing, but I think he was sniffing paint, so, you know, they were... Yeah, he was. Well, I don't like him big paint. He was sniffing paint. I never said where I said I work for Pacto, jackass. He was sniffing paint, but I told him I had to be careful. And he said, you want to do some seeds? I'll do it. That's what I said. If he wants to paint, where's the paint? You just don't do it so early. What's your name, buddy? Jason Joseph III. Anyway, they say you're on the all 12 sniffing paint. Is that you or not? Yes. Guess what? What did you say about? What did you ask me about? I asked you a question. What was the question? They wanted over all 12 sniffing paint. Are you crazy? So I'm not. I'm just doing my job. Hey, don't walk on me. Okay. Hey, don't walk in front of me like that. I'm not no more. All right, get out. He seems fine to me. Are you sure? Can you send a, I'm not on you, sir. You are. You just walk right my face. Exactly. But I don't think I am acting belligerent. Who are you?
He's like, I am acting.
I know the manager. He's over here. Oh, this I did it. It's John Wicks. You seem fine to me. You don't look intoxicated or high off pain or nothing. Are you going to back on? Back on procedures? What else play the backup procedures? Okay, what back on? We got what backup procedures are. So you want to do the other procedure? Yeah, we're going to do the procedure. So make sure you come right here. Alright, so here we go. Okay, 2 more procedures. So you want to do the other procedure? Yeah, go ahead and get him to do the procedure. He don't do it, go ahead and step him. So you just come right here. Did you say go ahead and cut me? No, you can say that so make sure you come right here and you just do the squat cough. Just make sure you're fine. Because these are the pain procedures. You go 3 times, that's it. That's the easy one. Go ahead. 1, 2, the last one lower. No, the last one you gotta go lower. Because if the last one, if you fall, okay, you get back. That's what I'm saying. 1, 2, pause. You gotta trim my pants. What? Trim my pants. Now, I need to do it, is he? You look at your pants. That's fucked up. That's messed up. Yeah. You fucking did rip my pants, dude. Oh, you did. I'm gonna go ahead and do the picture. If he can do the split, he should be fine to go. No, you're 50 years old. I'm saying you're 50. I'm close. Shut up, I drop. Just say I drop. You seem fun to me. You don't get tossed. Are you serious? Now, can you not please don't do that right here at this door, please?
Are you seriously think I'm over sniffing paint? Yes, I want to speak to you, sir. That's absolutely
yeah, that's fine.
I'm highly offended.
You're high.
Okay.
I'm on my way, lady. Oh, let her know I'll apologize. I don't know what I'm doing.
Right now.
It's him.
That is highly unprofessional and uncalled for. I want to speak. No. Are you the one?
Yeah, it's him.
You were the one to say that, honey? Saying I was sniffing the paint? And did you not get a look at her?
Why would you talk to her like that, bro? I saw him with the walkie-talkie. Yeah. He's napping.
No, that's how
You're napping. Why are you napping?
Your GM's number right now.
everybody. I heard you.
He heard you.
I heard you. Boy, I'm just a witness. I'm a witness.
Are you serious?
Yeah, he's serious.
Why did you serious about that?
Oh, come back.
How you doing, buddy? I want to apologize to you. It wasn't you, but they said if you traditionally mentioned said you're sitting paying out 12. If it wasn't you, I want to apologize. I don't think it's fine. What's your name? I'm like, hey.
Oh, it wasn't me.
He's saying the same thing. He's here to make sure you don't fall out. What are you talking about? They say you're sitting paying serious right now. I got it right now. I'm fine.
I know, bro.
Yes.
That's it, babe.
You know what you're
My job as a worker,
You know what you're right now? Okay, yeah, you're right. I'm taking it serious.
Relax.
He's here for your safety.
Right, y'all.
He's here for your safety. Okay, I'm fine.
My house, dirty sniffing paint prank.
Excuse me? Excuse me. Your excuse. Mr. Lexus. Can you move, please? Yes, okay. No problem.
What's his problem? Make sure you fall down.
You just need to get out of here. You heard me. Thank you.
Yeah, you're fine.
Call me over here right now.
I want this dude out of here. Right now, again.
Yeah, no, sir. Just relax.
You idiot. No, you relax. Get out of here.
Relax, jackass. It's no big deal.
Come on. He's here for your safety. So listen. Okay, that's what he said. They had a description of
I just want you to be on floor. Jackass. Don't raise your voice. Please relax.
I'm going 911.
I'm about to go to jail. For what? For infecting. Right now, he's fighting.
What do you say?
He says I'd like to get you right now. Didn't you hear him?
Catch you. Make sure you're okay, buddy.
Where's the manager?
He's coming.
You better get in here right away. Let's let you know that you're getting my face and you're doing it. I'm so
Okay, every time you did it, I would take it. I didn't see it.
I'm so sorry.
Okay. Should we take him now?
Do what? Who is this?
I was standing. I've been on
This guy was right here in my face.
Everybody take off. You, hey, come here. Y'all just you're okay. If my head is closed, I would. It's sitting in aisle 12. And I apologize if it wasn't you. And also that some of the pictures were different pain. I apologize. Let's take a picture. Nobody send a picture to me. I'll take it.
Just say it.
I'll take it. I apologize. If you don't follow me. Yes, sir.
Let's go. That's it. Right?
So you know the first person you know you have right now?
Yeah. At Walmart.
Okay, yes, correct.
What is work? He's also coupon.
What did you have for lunch?
I have
What did you have?
I have breakfast. I have yogurt and very much.
Okay. Let me ask him. That's fine. He was fine with me. Yes,
That's me. He's not away. Okay.
Yes, they want to help you want to see to make sure you're fine because you want to take the pain. Okay, that's fine. I'll show you how to do it.
And then be on your way. He's 2 seconds, sir. That's on me.
Yes, wait.
We do it, sir.
So you want to take on me? And I'll go first and then you do it. No, lose my Follow. Okay, you have to go. Okay. What does the fish do when you catch him? I got the fish. What does the fish do? Guess what? He doesn't want to be caught, right? Here's the fish. I'm catching you. Go a little further. I'm gonna hook you. I got you. Now come let me know. Now let me catch you. We're gonna wait. Keep coming. We're gonna swim. You're gonna swim, man. You go.
Oh my god.
I apologize if it wasn't you.
Call me over here right now.
Get out of here.
Thanks, check.
You say you're an stiff in pain. Is that you? I don't think it was her.
She's high as hell right now.
Yes, you think so?
She's high as hell. She's high as hell.
Now I need. Wait, I got you right here. I said 3 times, excuse me, dude. I need cowboy. Caballero. It's Joseph III. All right. Nobody gives a shit, jackass. I need to say. Fuck you, man. What's with that, man? I ain't playing with you, man. Get out of it. Get out of it. Hey, get this guy out of
Our supervisor jackass. As of right now, our boss is telling us to come confront you out there. Like we got all the other people that you met. Say. Our supervisor jackass. Our supervisor jackass. As right now, our boss is telling us to come confront you out there. Like we got all the other people that you met. Okay.
We're talking right now.
Hold on, let's come upstairs.
Put on the jackass, bro.
Say.
to say, like, who comes up? Call me, and I'll go next. So come on here. Just turn around, and it's one call. That's it. Like, close it. So you come here. Just get offensive up. What are you going to say? I'm telling you that. I'll be telling you that. That's exactly. Messing with me? I think y'all are messing with me. That's what I think. I'll leave that. Oh man. I can do that. Was there managers? I'm an ice manager. Okay, well, so what's easy? There's why I'm making you do steps and shit. Spin around with my finger on my nose. I want to know what the fuck is going on. Air? Yes, they are. Oh, they work for you? No, I don't know them. Hey, no, you don't stop me and have me doing steps and shit. It's on your camera. I want to know what the fuck is happening. Oh, so you said you were there on the camera? Yeah, I didn't work here. Who's the redheaded guy who was just here 2 seconds ago? Which way? Yeah, down syndrome guy? I have Down syndrome. Messing with me? I know they're messing with me. That's what I think. I believe now. That's it. That's 1%. That's good. That looks stupid. Oh, it doesn't. Look stupid. Keep going. Keep going. Keep going. That's it. That's 1%. Get the fuck out of my face.
Jackass.
Fuck you.
Language, okay? Just relax.
I am relaxed.
He's high as
You're giving me crap.
So you don't need to know, man. This I'm just thinking he's on something.
What's your name? Well, there's no actual name because. But. What's my name? It's Wayne. Wayne. Okay, I didn't want to call you hey or anything else other than name. They have these restrictions and I said, hey, I don't want to be out, put your business out there. That's why we're relaxing. But you said, hey, it's fine. I don't know. Wayne, 60-year-old, he did else. Hey, I don't know what you're talking about here. So, everything that you are saying is yours. That's all. I'm fucking tired, man. I just got off work. Well, I'm sorry. I mean, this is. See my shoes, man. You know what I mean? Yes, we Kroger. Okay. I just came from Burger King. What'd you get? When I get the Junior Whoppers fries. It's not an $8 for like $8. I don't know what this is. It's like a 10 second. Look at my car. Listen, you know, type no reason. Can you just do 2 things and you want to make sure you're focused and you're good to go? Yes. Give me the best. Order back. That means I'll be wrong for the gym. I don't understand what y'all were trying to do. Who said that I was sniffing? Hey, I'm going to be right now. Can you right now? Okay, it's not you. It ain't me. Okay. Listen, let's call the boss. Yes, sir. Okay, basket. Okay, basket. Oh, basket. Okay. This is the first thing I ain't seen nothing. I ain't been sniffing. Oh, no, I don't. Y'all don't even have paint in the store, do you? Yes, we do, sir. Well, why do you mean with me? I'm grocery shopping. Gentlemen, because I want to know why you pick me out everybody in this because my pants have been set on. Can you just calm down, please? Not really. I apologize to you. What's your name? That is him. That guy, sir. Never said anything about rough with me. Come on now. I don't apologize to you. I'm going to buy you stuff for today. How about that? No. Oh, shit. I'll make my own damn stuff. What you calling? Sound great. Like this in my life. Oh, this will be on the news. For sure. If you could do the 1 step, then you're. Then that's it. You said he was the manager. Okay. He called you boss. Well, boss. That's how he talks. Boss. Okay. Boss. I call you boss, but it. No disrespect. Now I don't want to hurt. If you could do the 1 step, then you're. Then that's it. You said he was the manager. Okay. He called you boss. Well, boss. That's how he talks. Boss. Okay. Boss. I call you boss, but no disrespect. Now I don't want to hurt your feelings or you don't hurt my feelings. You got to make it out. You want to look at my car? So I can show you how to yes. So you want to do that? Yeah. You do that? Yeah. All right. Okay, you do 1 step to make sure that you're good to do everything outside. That's good. Okay, that's it. Scoot over. That's all you gotta do. Scoot over, like, look at me. Look at me. Scoot over. Right here. Scoot over. I'm gonna get you accident. Right there. So this is the step I need you to do. What you gonna do? That's it. Go. I wanna know what the manager is. That's it. I wanna know what the manager is. Come on. Stop. Wait, you said you want your business out there? Oh. You got rid of waiting there. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. We'll fix that later. Oh, shit. Let me get in there. Oh, shit. You damn girl. Come on right here. That's it. Look, the break is still. Right. Break is still. What you do. That's just not right, man. That's very disrespectful, man. Let me just say one thing. You always back there. It's just a prank. There goes the camera. This guy needs to be recorded. Who recorded that? I would like to know the information for the guy. God, get this idiot. I took your words. You didn't like it. Watch it, jackass. Shoot away. Listen. Don't let me catch you. Act like a fish. Walk away. Come to me. Come on. Keep coming. I gotta count it. You might have counted. Come on. This is a you do it. Don't let me catch you.
Hey. I was going to relax. Sorry, relax.
He's like, alright, man.
Yeah, but I mean, if I did something, you know, I understand.
No,
We're just doing our job. We're just doing our job.
I got you. Heal the toe right here. No, let me go first, so you'll know what to do. No, come over here. Talk over here. Heal the toe. Come right here. Come right here. When you get the line, it's the first step. You do like a crossover. That's it. Just to make sure. One. Straight. Wait, you got to be straight. Okay, watch it. Be careful, right? I want you to fall. Make sure you get the ball. Okay. It needs for a second. Oh, the waters are. The waters. So see that here? You want to bring them over to T-Bone? So what you got to talk about it? What you want to do? Because I don't know about it last time. Sniffing with paint spray. I'm not sure if you were not, but they were saying that you're interested in paint. No, it's not funny. It's a serious matter because if you want, we have that. If you were doing the car to come back in, that's fine. No, it's okay. That's all we're know. We have a video said it was somebody here interested in paint. Okay, it wasn't. There is a video right now. Because you keep letting people that. That's so ridiculous. No, a guy my age is paint. There's no age bracket on that, sir. Okay. No, it's not. Well, anyway, there's like with Induce paint and always jiggle. So that's why. Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. I'm saying it down and it's not true. We're not on. I'm gonna hear that. No, you're different. No, whatever you're kind of over. I'm saying, okay, well, they won't really decide to figure out. Do you know this? Can I have a couple questions? You know where right now? Yes, sir. No, I'm saying like the store. Okay. I don't care about the cop. I'm telling you, I'm perfectly. Okay, I'll get back to you. It's the same one. The natural look. Since you know that you do 2 steps and looks like you're good, just two steps to make sure you're functioning right. Yes, sir. Not 2 steps, like 1, 2. I'm saying like follow the 2 steps out. When you want to go, because that's how the big difference. I'm not saying you are, people. I say you are, man. I apologize for that. One of those big, he find out he always paying his bag, but they come here, he fell over when he was there. So the first step is you do like this. And don't touch your nose, don't count to 10. Okay, that's it. I'll make sure you. 8, 9, 10. You skip 1 to 6. Because I already counted 1 to 6. Alright, okay, yes, sir. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, but the next step, that's it. That's fine. And I'll explain the right way. So you do like this with 2 fingers, 2 hands now, and especially your fingers. You want to do it after me? Show me what to do. I'm not sure. Go up, and now you lift your head back. This is where you do some pain. I say you want to get, it'll automatically drop you on your head from doing the pain. I don't care who you are, you'll fall. You get any kind of pain. So if you don't fall, you're good. I can't lift my head before my whole neck is that's it. My whole leg is fused. Was that more right? Oh, okay. Well, then you're still with us. So you said 3 or 7 12 fused together. Actually, that's right. No, it's not a little bit harder. So I'll go first. So if I slip the pain, then I'll fall too. The main goal is to keep these fingers. And you look, these are the fingers. Can you do this? Can you do my right here? Okay, then you know what? Well, you told me. No, this is fine. Don't give me back. So you keep my right here. And put the fingers in your nose, and that's it. See your left, you got it. No, sir. Okay. Do I do any pain on this one? No. Okay, it's my right here. Okay. Wait, make sure the fingers on the nostrils. Okay. See? It's still higher. Higher. Yeah, my nostrils are a little bigger, so I think it's one. I count to 100. 1. Come on. What? You can't count that high? I can't. Are you going to count to 100? Yes, sir. Okay. 64, you skip to 66. But it's not that. You know what? I'm done. This is ridiculous. No, you did good. So manager for a signature. Manager. Oh, there's a guy who's signed up for the hospital about a back. I don't put out his name on the other receiver guy. I couldn't do it. It's fine. It's over here sniffing paint. It's over here sniffing paint. It's over here sniffing paint. Now, wait, you leave the car in the middle of the aisle. What? You leave the car in the middle of the aisle. day I wash my ass. Yeah. I don't touch anything of mine again. This car's not yours. Yeah, it is. This car's yours. The car in the middle aisle. Came back up a little bit. Yeah. What's your name? Joe Hogan. I'm your last name. Remember that video of you sticking paint out too? Paint? If it's not you, buddy, I'm sure. Okay. Okay. You want to hang your phone up? Just a couple questions. Hey, they're going to look at this. Look at that. Look at that. Joe, how you doing? Pretty good. Did you stick the paint? That's fine. No, sir. Just go in the store. Sir, I have no idea. Okay. Take a break. Okay, listen. You know what I'm going to do? Yes, sir. You might want to some shopping for the household, some clothing for my daughter. So I just come up on me like that. That's because I don't want anything happening for basic because I'll pay for it. Okay, let's go. Let's go. So you might know this 2 days. 2 days and you want to finish it? Okay, first one to me. You're good to do it. Wait, no. So basically, make sure you wait right here. Let me go for a swap. Give me straight. You right here. Security, buddy. Security. Come on. Keep on. Come on, ladies. What's your name? I don't want to keep you.
Oh, baby.
I can't hear you.
Oh, baby.
Oh, no, I got it.
Oh, hell yeah.
It's John Wick.
Oh, hell yeah.
I ain't never seen an ass so fat. How you do it, girl? How you get your ass like that? Get it out and back, going through the same thing. Back. I ain't never seen an ass so fat. How you do it, girl? How you get your ass like that? Get it out and back, going through the same thing. Back. I ain't never seen a body so T, no cat. You ain't even got a go OT. You ain't never seen a nigga like me putting everybody home and play my team. Bow. I ain't gonna lie, baby. Fuck. Oh, he's behind us. SUC watching? Let me see.
Dude, XCZ already reacted. It's over.
So he's watching it too, like. What's up live stream? I've got this stream, it's like. Slaver PK refunded this donation. What? $500 from Alexander. Alexander.
Time machine tweet. Yeah, this is nuts. So Cole Allen guy tried to draw an X account for 2020. Is it true that you can drive that car upside down? I've heard this. And yeah, I've never done it. But yeah, it's called downforce. Like the cars are very aerodynamic sound. They produce what is it?
How do you discover pleasure nights? I remember when I was young, I think I was around 10 years old. Things were not planning over. I know you're all about the preparing. Any other troops you like? Yeah, I have a lot. I really like the dragon. Dragon is that's one too. And how does it feel to become a Clash character? Have your own skin in the game? Of course, it's really fun. It's a nice thing, especially since I've been playing the game for so long. Do you think there are any similarities?
How about the one about being victim control block against the most conservative? What would be a measure of family value? How about staying married? How about that? Do you know the state with the lowest divorce rate? I mean, it's Massachusetts. By far the lowest divorce rate. Do you know the highest divorce rate is in the books? Only like 8 out of the 10 highest divorce rate states voted red in the last elections. How about teenage pregnancies? Out of wedlock pregnancy and teenage pregnancy? Red states lead the pack in those numbers. The only presidents of the United States who have ever been divorced have been Republican presidents. And that's, of course, trying to get that world radio. So who are you to say and claim the high road of family values here? When certain objective measures argue against it. And so what I'm saying is you can cherry pick it. Sex or whatever, you can cherry pick that because liberals are staying married longer than you are. Okay? So in there, I'm just approaching all these as a scientist. Look at the data. Look at the evidence you might have bias against. Now, let me show it to you. So there's a chapter on gender and identity, a chapter on life and death, body and mind, truth and liberty.
Is all this that you're saying? I'm looking at the website. Who's at the top? Who's at the lowest?
Yeah, look at the highest divorce rate state. It's a red state. It's been red for every major election.
Arkansas, Oklahoma, Nevada, New Mexico, and the lowest one is Maine, DC, Dakota, Pennsylvania, New York, Illinois.
No, Massachusetts should be.
Massachusetts is on that list as well.
Yes.
Yeah. Very interesting.
Yeah, very.
So in other words, it's contradiction. Relax.
Correct. Because they repeat it, I want you to then think it's true.
Is it cognitive dissonance or is it hypocrisy?
It's cognitive bias. I don't want to say dissonant. It's just bias. You want something to be true, so you repeat it often enough until people who follow you think it's true. It's like saying we live in a Christian nation. That's actually an objectively false statement. Repeat it enough that you get enough people saying it on political platforms and talk shows and all manner of things.
Well, don't say
Reza Aslan. I don't know if you know Reza Aslan.
Yes, I do. Yes.
Yeah. He believes U.S. is a Judeo-Christian. It's a joke between us.
Oh, okay.
If he's watching this right now, he's losing his mind.
If he can say it, but there's no mention of Jesus in our Constitution. There's not even mention of God in the document that forms our country. You would think if we knew we were self-aware as a Christian nation, there'd be some references to Jesus, who's the foundation of Christianity, but there isn't. There's one mention of God in the Constitution, but it's a very minor one. It's extremely minor. What was it? At the very end. Anno Domini 17. That's the end.
Oh my god. How do I desist?
Hey Clashers, the Judo Talks format is back, because in that format, Judo Sloth is interviewing Supercell employees where they're talking about different and interesting topics in the game. For example, in today's interview, which he just released, he talked with Ferry, the community manager of Clash of Clans, about topics like ranked and battle mode and the current issues which they have with that, about the future of clan capital or builder base, and
then just kind of make our
President Trump has given himself a new job title. It is the guardian of the Hormuz Strait. He is the guardian angel, so he says, and he is going to blockade the strait from anything we don't like, and he's going to provide guardian angel status for everybody we do like, and that everything is going to work out fine with that. And oh, by the way, we have blockaded the Strait of Hormuz from the other side, and what could possibly go wrong? There's also some new information coming out of Russia. President Putin has made a statement overnight, along with some other comments from the United States in light of the untimely death of Senator Lindsey Graham. We're going to talk about all that today, and man, we have a great one to talk to about. We have back Scott Ritter with us again, who is a veteran Marine Corps intelligence officer, former United Nations weapons inspector, is one of the most sought-after military analysts in the business, and we have him today. Scott, welcome back to the show.
Well, thank you very much for having me.
Well, listen, great to have you here, but let's just jump right in. This we were actually on the air already this morning when President Trump posted this. We were talking to Professor Morandi from Tehran, so he broke the news to him at the same time. But this one really was interesting. The Hormuz Strait, President Trump declares, is open and will remain open. With or without Iran, we are reinstating the Iranian blockade, so named because it is only stopping Iran ships or customers from entering or leaving. All other countries will have fair and open use of the strait. The USA will be, from this point forward, known as the guardian of the Hormuz Strait. And then we get into the loan shark stuff. But as such, as a matter of fairness, we will be reimbursed at the rate of 20% on all cargo ship. President Trump never wants to miss a chance to even theoretically get some money. Interesting, the Iranians and their fees were somewhere around 1 or 2%, but whatever. President Trump goes up to 20. First of all, just on the efficacy of this and the reality, what say you?
Well, first of all, let's just be realistic here. If the United States could have taken control of the Strait of Hormuz, we would have done so in the 39-day war that we fought and lost. I also heard President Trump make threats to Karg Island. If we could take Karg Island, we would have taken Karg Island back in the 39-day war, which we fought and lost. People need to understand that we didn't win that war. We survived that war. We didn't suffer strategic defeat, but all of our goals and objectives, none of them were achieved. Iran, on the other hand, emerged stronger. They survived, first of all, after being, we were told that they were going to go away. They proved that their military resilience and sustainability was greater than ours. We're the ones that ran out of ammunition, not the Iranians. We ran out of air defense weapons. We ran out of long-range precision strike weapons, and we didn't have a solution. We still don't have a solution. But the problem is the president has a political problem. This Iranian thing's not going to be solved militarily. It's going to be solved politically. And one of the problems he has is Strait of Hormuz. Iran has put in this Strait of Hormuz oversight agency. It was supposed to be a collaboration with Oman, but there was going to be a transit fee charged. Again, the percentages would have been reasonable compared to Trump. Trump, this was politically unacceptable for Trump. Trump tried early on to make a play for profit sharing, saying we could go along with it if we were part of it. But the Iranians said no. So what's happening right now, because again, this is my assessment, Trump can't allow this conflict to slide into full-scale war. First of all, we already tried that and we lost. Nothing's changed in our favor. We don't have enough ammunition at all. Whatever stocks we put up will give us a week or two of surge capacity, and then we run out like we did last time, and we'll be in the same problem. The other thing too is, J.D. Vance said, the memorandum of understanding was just a ploy, straight up ploy to buy time for us to get the oil stocks back up. Trump admitted, it's amazing. We have one of the more honest presidents we've ever had, because he at least sometimes refuses to tell a lie because he's incapable of the kind of moderation one would expect from a normal politician. But he said, we had to sign the MOU because we were running out of oil. It was going to be a catastrophe. We had no choice. That sort of acknowledges that we lost the war, at least in the short term. But how do we get the oil? So we bought time, we got oil flowing, got the tanks back up, but they said, we're going to wait and see. Well, now we're waiting and see. He needs a political solution to this. And what he needs is the Iranians to come up with a compromise arrangement where there's a profit sharing for the United States. Now, I said from the very beginning, this would be one of the smartest things the Iranians could ever do, because it would decouple. But the Iranians are probably smarter than I am, because they understand that, you let the camel's nose under the tent, and next thing you know, the camel's in the tent. And if you let the United States get a piece of the Hormuz thing, you lose control over it. And they want full control over it. But this is a gambit on the part of Trump. He's trying to create this is the art of the deal. He's coming in with a counter bargain, and then he's coming in saying that, this is the price you're going to pay, believing that the Iranians will not be willing to pay the price militarily and will be looking for an outlet. Remember, the Iranians are looking for an outlet. Trump isn't doing this based upon pure ignorance. The Iranians took advantage of the temporary cessation and hostilities to sell 60 million barrels of oil. They made a lot of money. The other thing you have to remember is that both Russia and China are part of Team Iran, and they can't allow this to go sliding into long-term instability. They don't want this war. China desperately needs this oil to continue to come to market, because China needs this oil to sustain continued economic growth and health. Russia just finished the St. Petersburg International Economic Forum last month, where the message from the Russian president was, we need stability. Why? We need investments. There are $84 billion worth of investments made in the St. Petersburg International Economic Forum. He wants more. In order to get that, he needs stability. You know what the antithesis of stability is? High energy prices. Nobody wants high energy prices. People say, well, isn't Russia making money? Well, 20% of Russia's GDP comes from oil sales. But there's 80% of the GDP that's dependent upon investment and growth. So the driver here isn't energy. It isn't energy. The driver here is stability. And so Russia doesn't need this instability. This instability is bad for Russia. And so Trump knows that high energy prices are bad for China, bad for Russia, and they'll both put pressure on Iran. So Trump's hoping that pressure will lead to some sort of compromise agreement. But what Trump doesn't understand is that Iran can absorb, and China and Russia can absorb more pain in the long term than we can. The Strait of Hormuz is shut down, but see, we're operating under the premise that 70% of Saudi oil production, which is the big player in the game, has been rediverted to Yanbu and coming out through the Bab el-Mandeb Straits. And the shutting of the Strait of Hormuz does not impact this. Well, except something happened today. The Saudis just bombed Sana'a airfield in Yemen. The Houthi are basically probably going to shut down Bab el-Mandeb. Dmitry Medvedev, the former president and current deputy chair of the Security Council of Russia, has called the Strait of Hormuz Iran's atomic bomb, but he called the Bab el-Mandeb Strait Iran's thermonuclear weapon.
Hello? I'm told. If you really want me.
Oh my god, it hurts my thumb.
Yo, what's
Oh, it's not comfortable. This is uncomfortable as fuck. Mazin. Mazin. I know it's you because you don't respond. This mouse is extremely uncomfortable. big, like, I just... This house is very uncomfortable. I just, everything about it feels...
Yo, what's up YouTube? So today we're going to be attempting to fix my Razer Vibrator V2 Pro. The side buttons are broken, not clicking, and we're going to attempt to fix that. There's also some rattle inside, so I think so what you're going to need is a Torque 6 screwdriver to get into these tiny little stars. So what you're going to need is a T6 50mm screwdriver. And taking the feet off your mouse is pretty easy. Just have to get a good prying tool here. So now what you're going to want to do is get on these edges and just kind of pry it open. So here's what the inside of the mouse looks like. And it looks like we got the side switches right here that give me the problems. It looks like one of them is broken, as you can see. You can see so you can see this tiny little white piece is the actual part that's on. And then, so I glued one side on, then I stuck the switch in. The other. I'm getting clicks and feedback. Hopefully housing. You can see. I want to do. So here's what the inside of the mouse looks like. And it looks like, you can see, switches, and oh, it looks like one of them is broken, as you can see. You can see. So I bought these Kale micro switches online, and hopefully I'm just gonna take these apart and get them to work. So I've taken apart one of the switches and left with just this case housing, but it doesn't fit exactly because Viper's switch is a little different. Trying to get this focus. You can see this cutout right here doesn't really match that one, so it's not going to just snap onto place easily. Luckily, I was able to find the original casing that came off, so we're going to try to use this one. It did snap in half, but I just glued it back together. Hopefully it holds. So you can see this tiny little white piece is the actual part that clicks down. So we're going to attempt to try and use one into our old case. Alright, so ran into some issues. The casing snapped in half again, so had to basically just glue the sides on. And then, so I glued one side on, then I stuck the switch in, and I glued the other side on. And it looks like it's seriously holding together pretty well. Looks like I can press it. And now, I'm going to insert the strip back into the PCB. And then it just slides into these grooves here. I'm getting clicks and feedback with the case on.
So here's a quick one just to show you how to change the side buttons on a mouse that has the elevated triangle side buttons. Start with the buttons, black, use one 3, from one like 6, from one LCD. And the real trick is that it must be switches with the 2mm holes. Can't use Elrons, can't use scale, except for the GM2. They need those big 2mm holes. I'm using 0.0 blue shell white dot for this. There's Elrons, holes are small. There's scale, holes are small. And here's the switch with big holes. The plastic that holds the switch does all the stress compression side buttons, so it's not the solder that's supporting the switch, it's the plastic that the switch slides onto. That's why you need the 2mm holes. So here you just hit the joint with some solder, and that's it. Make sure it's flush and sitting flat. You just bridge the gap with some solder and you're good. This works with the XM1, Viper Mini. And if you're doing this to your XM1, best of luck getting those clicks to feel good. It's definitely tricky since it's tensioned sub P. Make sure it's flush. Just bridge, and if it's definitely tricky.
Today we're gonna upgrade the Razer Viper V. Better to edit off heavy dots. The Razer Viper V3 Pro switches from their Razer, their optical switches with one old blue shell, pink dots. For me, I think the Razer switches are super heavy, but that's just me, of course. I like the one blue shell, pink dots. They're light and spammable, and they're just way better to edit off for Fortnite. Set the bottom half of this up, and then we're just gonna mess with the top. That's where the switches are in this. Pop out the board, take out this, set that to the side, set it in the new board.
Jesus. Whenever something says it's difficult, it's gonna be difficult. There's never been a moment where someone said it's difficult and it wasn't difficult.
evening, everybody. Oh, America.